Опять. Так, сейчас на книжки сходим. Не, сейчас Дейл быстренько сделаю.
This isn't good. If the rain washes away the traces, it's gonna set us back a long way.
Solidify!
Here comes the catch. Gotcha. Busted. Goldfish down! Fire hazard!
Господи.
Stabilize.
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Чел, ты такой заёб грешный, честное слово.
Take it easy.
Ты же половина расстаться, блин.
Busted. Take it easy. Take it easy. Things are about to get dicey. Fuse is lit!
Какая имбовая пачка. Так вместо минет сюда эту. Господи, Генсин еще добавить. Вообще забей. Так на сынка не ходила.
Solidify.
Ну, еще и не до тех доебалась. Ну, ладно.
Stabilize.
Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now. Busted. Take it easy.
Так, тут мы все сделаем.
Add Astra. Thank you for
У нас сегодня да, вот, целых 2. Должны были быть, вот, бабочки. Целых 2. И что ты думаешь? И проснулся я где-то, ну, в 10 часу. Я думала, я посплю, как белый человек. Ни хрена не могу, ну, типа... Я, конечно, понимаю, что не в 7 утра проснулась, но один фиг. Сегодня книжки или нет? Тебе, кстати, вечером идти? Я потому что вчера, например, скрафтила. Я думала, ты просто вчера не дойдешь. Я вчера захожу, смотрю, ты все сделал. О, классно, спать лягу тогда. Скрафтила просто смолу и спать легла, потому что посмотрела, что сегодня книжки или нет. Думаю, схожу сегодня, потрачусь. А там кто? Блядь, вот эти заёбы грешные. Ну да, типа того. Бля, как они мне не нравятся. Может, Люка взять? Я не помню, когда я в последний раз вообще какой-то другой пачкой играла. Столько пачек всяких разных. Ну, там типа пира написано, что у меня. У меня из пира только Юми да Делюк с артами. Делюка арты с ямки стоят. Просто хоть какое-то разнообразие, чтобы было.
Solidify.
Here comes the cash. A festive retreat. Gotcha.
This is order.
Time for a light show.
Ну, потому что сейчас 5 густой уже есть. И
Stabilize.
Quietly now.
еще на 3 накопилось. Можно прям все в книжки влить. Я не могу возвысить Линет, потому что мне надо собирать цветочки. И мобов этих железных-то. Я купила вчера. А еще я не начинала даже это, ебать. У меня еще там что-то лежит. А это что? А, блин. Ладно, это я сделала. Еще это не начинала. Тестовые я все прошла, да. Ебать. У меня контента, у меня там надо еще совместное будет это, на боссов совместных походить. Надо сюжетку пройти обязательно. Мне нужны Дейла и репутацию открыть. Я репутацию так и не сделала. Я сейчас смолу трачу и, наверное, иду на сюжет. Знаю, что будет тут интересно еще торчать. А, и покормить тюленчика. Потому что я его открыть-то открыла, первый раз покормила, и больше к нему так и не приходила. Надо покормить тюленчика. Забыл, как его зовут.
Busted. Quietly now. Over here. Things are about to get dicey. Go Bishop too.
Order guide you. Solidify.
The field is lit. Gotcha.
Блин, а завтра, может, на книжке для Елань походить. Я, по-моему, такие же, как у Китсы. Да. Я уже с Аждахи перекрафтила, блядь, то, что ей нужно. Из других лучше у них ходить. Но все равно маловероятно еще, когда там понадобится это. Сам Аждаха, я имею в виду. Этих накопилось много. Растворителей. Я их вообще ни на что не трачу. Да нет, или тебя не было, ты выходил. Я же говорю, что я сейчас вот это вот закрываю и иду на сюжетку. Привет, Евген. Ты тоже давно ожидал, когда я запущу. Я сейчас на сюжетку пойду. В Ютубе же нормально не видно. Человек ушел, человек вышел. Пришел, точнее, тьфу-ты. Ни одной филки не дал. Пидорас. Разраб. Кот, ты поел? Все, валяйся. Отстань так от меня. А сейчас на сюжетку пойду. Сейчас я тюленечка покормлю. Где я его отметила? Я его где-то отметила. Загадка тут какая-то. А, вот, я его отметила. Ну, в принципе, логично. Это кому для прокачки понадобится? Я не знаю, чем мы их собираем-то. Есть тут кто-нибудь? останься. Тюлень, ты где? Папочки. Виноградик, блядь. Хуй знает, Вов. Ну, наверное, что-нибудь, какие-нибудь, как в этой... Ну, драконьем хребте там же есть лисичек покормить дней 5. Ну, может быть, здесь тоже так же. Я, если честно, не чекал просто в интернете. Ну, тут какие-то, видишь, задания еще дают. У меня что-то еще так много заданий накопилось. Пособирала. Это ж не все, которые я собрала. Ты, блин. Что еще один тюлень? Может, у них потом воссоединение будет какое-нибудь? Это, наверное, наподобие того, как мы кошек кормили на Инадзуме, короче. Точнее, кошку, по-моему, одну там. Вот. Теперь тюленя. А я заполнила, Евген. Ну, что толку-то? Там заполнено 60 тысяч анкет. Ну, наверное, пока сердечки не заполнятся, вот столько к нему и ходить надо будет. Слушай, мне даже поиграть в этот некогда, в Геншин-то нормально. Я вон еще сюжетку не прошла, чтобы Дейл хотя бы с репутацией Фонтейне открылись. О чем ты говоришь? Похер на этот тест. Там все равно не будет моего аккаунта. Я не смогу его перенести. Так что мне придется играть на телефоне. На компе мне что-то не зашло, если честно. Мне не очень удобно. Блин, стик начал этот. Дрифтить. Чуть-чуть. Ты пробовал? Тут, кстати, где-то есть, не помню, где именно, место с кучей бочек, которые взрываются. Я попыталась взорвать все бочки, но оно все равно ни хрена ничего не дало. Не могу понять, нахрена тогда это место. Ну, типа, зачем там столько бочек? Что там надо делать? Блядь, Евген. Шуточки за 40. Ладно, нахуй, выходим отсюда, короче. Тут еще цветы надо собрать, прокачать эту. Я не могу попасть! Вообще неудобно. Конечно. Это не коза. Сука, конюк вечно не скажешь. А чё, нет? Еще не заспаунились? Так я же не вчера ходила. А чё в смысле? В смысле не заспаунились? Сегодня же второй день. Завтра, что ли, только будет? А эти? Эти, походу, не считаются, что ли? Че, охуенно тебе с Линет C6 сидеть? Ну, скажи Вовану. Сколько он круто хватается. У него что там, C1 и C2? Блять, сейчас бы Лини сюда, конечно. О. Блин, нет, это херня, это не та штука, которая мне нужна. Маме ты добил? Или нет еще? Бля, нет, они нигде не заспавнились. У меня остается только... Я не ходила вот где-то вот здесь вот, и еще одно место вот здесь вот, и все. Все остальные места я прошла. Ебать. Да как так-то? Ну, ладно. Еще в процессе. Сколько у тебя после Мона уже откручено, не помнишь? А куда мне надо? А нахрена я сюда-то приперлась? Под 70? Так ну вот. А хотя она мне на 78-й, блядь, выпала в этот раз. Но у меня это был 100%. Просто у меня было 50 уже откручено. И я думаю, ну, сейчас, ладно, ну, не на 10, ну, 15 круток, и она мне выпадет. Фу, конечно, блядь. Кого день рождения? У Нингуан. Так я ее и не прокачала. Зато я на ней немножко прокачиваю. Что тут? Восстанову бы чуть побольше. Одно говно падает. И итовское оружие ей выбить. На Эльке. И будет у меня геопачка. А, ну и этого выбить еще. Такого. Альбеда. Ну, я жду Ризли теперь. Ладно, еще курим. И идем проходить сюжетку. Ой. Вот на кошку, а я хуй его знает, она у меня еще не прокачана. Ну, на 70-е стоит. Финяресов нету. Надо ходить по Фонтейну, собирать ресы. Ну, поставь 200. Посмотри, хватит, не хватит. Если у меня там нету в созвездиях что-нибудь на восстанову, конечно. Я и созвездие-то не знаю. У меня C0. Я за счет бездны ее просто сбыла, и все. А мне не выпало. За 20 с лишним круток. А с оружейки, которые я крутки туда, блядь, я не знаю, сколько, 100 с лишним, мне кажется, туда вкинула круток на оружейку. Мне вообще ни одна линет не упала. Нет, Тома туда хуярил, который у меня уже C6 стоял. Еще там кто... А, Сахароза выпала, она там C3 у меня, по-моему, стала. Фишель мне выпала, она там C4, C5, по-моему, она у меня стала фишель. Ни одна линет. Ты с нового сета все собираешь? На новый сет ходишь? Или ты какую-нибудь эмблему туда запихнул? Я просто на новый сет походила, может быть, раз-два. Мне единственное, что упали, это бонус аниме урона. Такой, ну, плюс-минус нормальный. А да, аниме сет поставь. Она у меня сейчас в сборной солярке стоит. Так-то по-хорошему надо ее сет собирать. О, сегодня к мамам вечером зайду. На Лине поиграем. Лине C1 вывел. Проще, блядь, C1 это, ивентового выбить, нежели собрать филолог на C6. Я его все на C1 елать байчу. Не, он бьет прям вообще отлично. Ему еще его сет поставить, хорошие кусочки собрать, вообще прям ништяковый пацан ходит. Мне Леха что-то писал недавно. Не помню, что он писал. Я в Старелло, короче, заходила с компа, и он такой: Татьяна, неужели вы с компьютера играете? Я такая, ну, блин, сегодня да. И все. Он меня спросила, играет ли он. Он такой: нет, я зарабатываю деньги на жилье, что там. Но он же в Германию, что ли, собрался или что, куда? Вот. Я, говорит, епошу. Ну, молодец, пацан, что сказать. Так, вот, ладно, мы с телефона заберем все. А я на боссов уже не ходила на этой неделе. Ой. Да, блядь. Да, я на боссов-то еще не ходила, но мне, в принципе, сейчас, по сути, из боссов-то, по-моему, никто особо-то и не нужен. О. Я не знаю, и руку качать, не качать вообще. А как у нее книжки называются? Забыла. В порядке. Надо еще шестеренки эти сделать. Это что? Шестеренки. Это С6. О, блин, у меня до сих пор нету С6 фишель, розарии, сахарозы, например. У меня их до сих пор нету. Потому что, например, розария, она выходит вечно с каким-нибудь а-ля, господи, как ее, Иола, которая мне не нужна. Ну, мне не нравится физа. Да мне Иола внешне-то не нравится. Если честно. Удивительно, если бы она мне нравилась, конечно. Ведь уже и книжек нет, все. Блять, кто ей там нужен? Какие ресурсы? С какого босса? Ой, я этот... Сейчас я загуглю. Ты выбивался Иолу? У тебя вообще кто-нибудь там стоит? Нет. Ты бы явно ее сюда поставил. Уже купите грехи пивко. Блять. А чё сюда рыжий демон не напишешь? Линет. Кто ей нужен из боссов и чё? Личный янтарь. Так, это не здесь, тут где-то здесь. Ей получается вот это вот. Вот это вот ей надо. Ну, я это все перекрафтила. Ну, ладно. Короче, идем сюда. Будем иметь в виду. Потом, может быть, сходим вечером.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
Я уже посмотрела.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, Let's get...
Интересно, кто-нибудь вообще лестницей хоть раз воспользовался?
Take it easy.
У меня неудобно бежать-то. Ну вы чё, угораете, что ли? Я и так вижу, куда я бегу.
This is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, our funds have been, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us. Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it... To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Нет, Евген, видишь, я еще не проходила это. Я же говорю, мне надо срочно открывать дейлики с репутацией.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever.
Поэтому у меня есть 2 дня, чтобы все нахуй пройти.
Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor, instead of standing... Oh no. But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time,
Хоть послушаешь английскую озвучку.
And was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence.
Интересно, кого все-таки в стандарт запихнул?
Strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender. 3 years later, I still don't... How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
А ты что, в Стареле английский, что ли, включил или что? Почему не японский? Или куру-куру тебе уже надоело?
So that's why you're so determined. That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in. But I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did... If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me.
Так можно одну удалить, другую скачать. Чё нет?
And now, here I am investigating his death.
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything I can do...
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be done. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused? No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the...
Oh! Her? Well, then... isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who... Yeah... That's not the sort of...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute, there was only ever...
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with...
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't...
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensured there was... Yes, that is our understanding.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah.
О, у меня тут квартирка еще есть. Позавтракаем.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly. Whether it be
Да
responsible.
нахуй ты обниму.
Paimon slept so well. Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a mad... I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key...
Does that mean we're...
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten. No matter how... And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that... In that case, let's go talk to him! Aren't you coming along, Navia?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see...
Не любит она, что ли, с судьей общаться? Так, чтобы не отвлекала нафиг.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Дайте-ка я этот внесу вклад свой. Я уже была здесь.
is here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nerva...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
Ишь, не знаю, ты место себе найти. Ну, ложись ты. Ну, все, пусть тебе почесать, что ли. Чё ты? Поел?
All right, then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just...
Thanks so much.
Please come in.
А выглядит он, конечно, вообще тоже шикарно.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because...
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth...
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right, then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man.
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things? It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the... Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest... There are still so many things I never got to tell him. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will...
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your... It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the... My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Да.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active...
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed? Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities!
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Поиссон, блин. В Корее сюда что-то приплели. Хотя не знаю, Поиссон. Может быть, во Франции что-то есть со словом Поиссон.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later? All right, then I'll wait for you at Poisson.
А, тут, кстати... А я что, тут не забрала гидроку? А он сверху или снизу, блядь? Не показывает. А нет, наверное, сверху. Ну-ка. Опачки. Опачки. На самом верху. Значит, там должна быть какая-нибудь хрень, которая нас поднимет, да?
Gotcha. Quietly now.
The fuse is lit.
Это все нужно. Все нужно. Это нужно для чего? Куда? Да? Где желтый?
What do we have here?
А желтый-то где? Сейчас синий уже попадет. Обычно наверху бывает. Ой, я не вижу тут ничего.
Gotcha. Busted.
Еще один.
Take it easy.
Еще один где? Внизу? 2.
Take it easy.
Ты что, в этих местах вообще не лазил? О, кстати, я новые блюда-то не готовила. Ой, блядь, вот обязательно под конец надо было ставить. Ладно, потом этим займусь.
Quietly now. Busted.
О! Это задание там Вова тогда проходил. Да уж. А что надо? Опачки. Ой, здесь я даже не увидела. А, вон желтая. Подожди.
Take it easy.
Ни хрена недалеко.
Easy money.
Подожди, какая?
Solidify!
Here comes the catch. Quietly now. Gotcha.
Time for a light show. Ooh, will we find any firework materials in here?
Так, а мне что-нибудь дадут, чтобы я туда залезла вообще? А, вот. Вижу. Отлично. Мы здесь забрали. Походу нету. Где-то еще. Ну, походу под землей, мне кажется. Во. Да, под землей. Куда? Где-то вот тут. Да, где-то вот тут. Ладно. Это мы потом туда залезем. А что тут еще можно осмотреть? Так, ты что такое? Непонятно. Ты куда бежишь? Я его в упор не вижу. А что мне еще тут осматривать?
Take it easy.
Два чувака странные стоят. К ним надо было, может быть. Странные чуваки. Так, ну вот. Чё, как, чё? Блять. Я вообще не понимаю, как этим пользоваться. Да я сама уже жрать захотела. Вы зачем об этих цыплятах, блядь, начали? Блядь, я не понимаю, как это работает. Ничего не понимаю. Как тут что работает? Блять. Все, что ли? Ой. Я ничего не поняла, понажимала, все сработало. Кот, тебе вообще удобно, да, тут валяться? Семь каких-то ядер. Блять, у меня их 6, серьезно. У меня 6 ядер. А где, блять, их искать? Как я их получила? Ёбаный рот. Хороший вопрос. Подожди, это может быть я их получила там, где вот стоят вот эти вот все? То есть где-то еще 1/7 вот эта хуйня стоит? Усия и пневма, или как это? А вот это вот что такое?
Take it easy.
Опачки.
Take it easy.
А вот эта вот херня... Господи. Тут в заданиях, да, она тут в заданиях, сокращается механизм, по форме она напоминает шестерню. На самом деле это ядро формы шестерни. Очень загадочно. Фу, блядь, загадочно, нахуй. Когда у тебя их 6 из 7.
Stabilize.
Quietly now.
Fire hazard! Ooh, let me open it.
Ты куда, интересно, поведешь? Сейчас. Это вот странные ребята. Вот похоже, такая жирная, просто жесть. Опачки. Мы тут вообще что ли не были? Нет, я была, но я не поняла, что там надо делать. И мне еще надо одну... Господи. Вышку, получается, еще одну найти. Так полагаю, что и в этих вышках как раз. Ага. Нас подняла. Ну, такая вот типа вышка должна быть, наверное, еще где-то. Ладненько. Блин, не забыть бы. Где чел-то стоит? Где-то вот здесь он и стоит. Хоть как-нибудь обозначить. Да, мать, привет. Да, бля, ну...
What a huge ship!
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, my father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base.
Ну, тут уже... Ого. Так, а тут... Я не была. Не помню, в какой-то... Не была подземки. Где-то на корабле? А, ну вон вижу. А, подожди. Погодь. Я, по-моему, внизу была. Да, я вон из той дырки вылазила. Я внизу была. А я что, я даже не посмотрела наверх, что тут наверху, блядь, до хера всего есть. Или оно было типа не открыто и не отображало. Ничего не понимаю. Не видела, чтобы тут сверху был. Во, да, бабку-то помню. А вот этого прохода я не помню. Что я сюда заходила. Я бы видела. Странно. Можно мне наверх подняться?
Take it easy.
Очки. Это мы забрали. Тут ничего, так прилично. Цветочки на корабле.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if You still remember, right, Melus? On that night?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called At a Glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many—
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of—
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. But no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't recognizing that. My father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his... The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the...
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right.
Ой,
We
я
still
так
don't
чувствую,
know what
еще
happened.
долго буду.
But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as you're and your father's butler, I must still... Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his... Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle...
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial... But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as...
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed, and the serial disappearances case caused him. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key, but as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take...
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look...
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing faith.
So he chose to die in silence. So
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you, if Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the... I'm sure he'd be
that fool. No. He might have set up everything precisely because... Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life with... But thankfully,
Боже, можно уже эти разговоры про отца уже закончить? Можно что-нибудь, ну, что-то воды до хера.
He really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he...
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, when he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incrimination. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take...
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside. Nor what... But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full...
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with a disappear...
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into the...
I am the butler, after all. I live, but I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigation.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few...
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least haven't... When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di...
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down...
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I could... To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy...
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary...
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really...
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case.
Кот, тебе вообще удобно тут, да? Так, тут есть что-нибудь интересненькое? И вот точно бы сюда сундук запихнула. Как любит это нихуя делать. Обычно. И в кусты тоже запихивать нихуя любит. Не вижу. Нет. Тут что-нибудь есть интереснее?
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Так карту до хера девать некуда, блин. Помню, раньше ходили, искали эти арты, чтобы ему надо было прокачивать, а сейчас просто столько шлак валяется. Я надеюсь, я доберусь. Хотя бы завтра. Так, надо покурить, свалить. О, кстати, что у меня тут стоит? Надо бы... Чем для разнообразия. Хотя в упор не вижу, во. О, посимпатичнее. Поярче, по крайней мере, стало хоть. Блин, я вот не помню, на кого-то я копила, что ли, или что, когда Елань первую пропустила. Мне тогда не захотелось ее. Может, Эмбер качнуть? С4. И поставить ей лук этого... Линия. Что-то попить взять. Блин. Кота еще когтеточка сломала. Вот, ну что случилось? Ну я тебя покормила. Отстань от меня, пожалуйста. Уже. Все. Когтеточку я тебе новую куплю. Отстань только от меня. Блин, а где у меня мазь для моей ноги? Куда я ее дела? Такое себе удовольствие проебать мать за 600 рублей. Не могла же я ее на работе оставить? Мама в упаковку сложила. Ножку помажу. И дальше. Так.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you...
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what?
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your...
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needless.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't... On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever...
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his... But
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I have. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy? Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to do a bad...
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa would...
Yeah, Papa was a really good...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword, he must have done so to give you a better...
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I...
Thank you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is...
You really think so? That's the first time anyone...
Так, чё, куда?
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
Так и знала, сейчас пойдем по ним.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front...
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen it. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear too? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands.
So you also remember 2 gunshots that...
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really... Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he's... But hold on. If that's what had happened, he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand. I'll tell you everything once the whole...
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's on. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus. Even after so many years, but it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most.
Don't worry. I will you and all our other comrades at the Spina does...
О. Это ты меня куда ведешь? А, нифига.
Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss?
Oh, so you've got news of...
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work, it's really up to me. Hutch Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing... It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours?
Yes. These two are my What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related.
I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do was get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from... If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of jokes aside. I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support.
Ни туда, ни сюда.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia. Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House.
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House.
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkard.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans...
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're...
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has...
Oh, and what makes you...
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Я не вскарабкалась.
Purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find... Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission...
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still... Besides, Jock, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering... It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a... If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him.
У него дохера
And with
денег.
funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of... Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security. So he shouldn't...
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could... who could it be?
Мне кажется, вот этот.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the 3, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and... even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been...
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that...
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything...
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think? Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stop. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver.
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler,
see you then!
Ну что ж.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Чё, скоро будут пизды и тартани давать?
Info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Пошли отсюда. Чё ж. Тут есть какие-нибудь еще задания по пути? Да я много уже чего сделала, конечно, под водой, но я там еще не открыла. С левой стороны. А тут отображается, сколько процентов сделано именно под водой? Нет, походу, да? Только наземная. Типа 62. Это, наверное, все вместе. И внизу наверху 82, 74. Тут еще задания до хрена просто этих.
That leads to the synth production base. You're right. An important place like this is bound to have it. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
А туда мы когда-то зайдем.
My question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearance?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion. I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House.
Батя, он даже косоглазый. Боже, он такой, не знаю, такой уёбище похож.
Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind...
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong... Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with the key out. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless... We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default.
Oh. A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cab...
Huh? What Confrérie? Never...
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibility, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies, sir. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the...
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm...
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
О, начинается.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the court. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Calus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to... in truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared... However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea. This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Calus, only for Calus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of...
Нет, отсюда не надо, оказывается. Так, еще раз.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Calus when he set out for the banquet. However, unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Calus was
Я себя. Сразу как вниз упала.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Calus's and Jacques' respective...
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, 1. Do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very—
Boo! If you don't have any—
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little—
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the series.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we— But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and—
So, you mean to say, you're—
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callis was intending to die?
Yes, I did.
У нее такие огромные сиськи, что у нее просто вот-вот и пуговицы разорвутся. Ей рубашка маловато. Михуё все прикрыли, но все-таки они вот сделали так... Ой, я не могу прям.
As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callis never intended to leave the ring.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really—
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of—
Wait, Weren't they just talking about the serial disappearance?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act, and at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized the culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the...
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Not much you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by
Когда
an
там
accusation of
Тарталью
murder from a
ёбнут
girl
уже? Я
who
хочу
sees your own
посмотреть на
daughter?
это.
But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah, well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
А, ты тоже снежной?
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my...
No, it's not your fault.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial... You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. While that's sake, the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to...
Так. Мы сейчас что-то тут искать будем. Ну, я и говорю, что это будет как подземелье наверняка. Сейчас подойду. Евген. Это все старое. Я думал, что-то новое написал. Так, давай посмотрим, есть ли тут что-нибудь интересненькое. Тут закрыто. Тут тоже, да? Ну, гол наверх. Типа это отряды могу поменять. Да нахуй? Пусть и этот отряд будет. Самое то.
Stabilize.
Things are about to get dicey. Be amazed! Gotcha. Quietly now.
Time for a light show.
Блин, какой-то хлеб вкусный купила. Ну да еще вниз, ну понятно. Ладно. Как будто в какой-то океанариум прошла.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
А тут что? Есть что-нибудь интересненькое? Походу нет. Идем. Мы дверь откроем.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Хорошо, что здесь теперь утонуть нельзя хотя бы. Хотя бы в Фонтейне нельзя утонуть. Уже радует.
Gotcha. Busted. Game's up. Fun's over.
Fire hazard.
Блин, надо было щи поставить разогревать. Ладно, потом поем, может, нормально. Тут мы... А, все, не знаю. Что этот Хогвартс, что ли, напомнила?
Stabilize. This is order.
Time for a light show. Goes the ship down.
Quietly now. Gotcha.
Что у меня голова закружилась-то по кругу, вот это вот все. Ну, застряла она.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help... What's all this? Oh, pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names? Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? And then they were and all the boxes of things, these names. That means... What's this over here? Looks like some kind of Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22... Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that how can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vacher is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vacher was no victim. But no, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case, Paimon will write it all down. Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea. Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the... Whoa! There's even fruit obvious. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to the old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to... I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Что еще мы можем тут найти? Это все то же самое будет, да? Они еще хотят покопаться.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lovers? Then you found her diary. Let's... Aww. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now. So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. With the final name she decided on, Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going holding on for so long that he's Vache and Venier's grown son? Hey!
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named Oh, so you do know.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say.
I was waiting.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of...
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Озвучили?
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established. This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you... You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people of... So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of... Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering. Vinier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her? I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain...
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vinier. Vinier, please, Vinier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is...
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty...
Traveler, please... Please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Calus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances...
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring them back! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting... Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely...
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get the...
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed... What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different—
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Он просто на него упал, что ли? Я думал, он там использует там какую-то свою силу. Рухнул на него.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine, all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing. I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create—
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an end. Of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and complete. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take—
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, If the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, well, after all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison.
Там где-то это... А где? Блажа. Типа сделать фотку. В середине здесь была. А, наверху, блядь. Ой, я устала уже так бегать. Можно мне наверх, пожалуйста? Как там пройти наверх? Блядь. Я наверх хотела.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add an—
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vash? I erased all records of that name. So...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterward.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than...
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about...
In that case, I shall leave him in your most...
Thank you!
Можно мне, блядь, на второй этаж поднять?
Take it easy.
Ой, я быстрее отсюда выйду.
Take it easy.
Is this the place? What? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it?
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vinier, it's me!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming.
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache!
Vache? Why did you come? You look a lot older than I...
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered all this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off.
What?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts and my works. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache.
You. Wait, you are not Vignier. Who?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am every woman who died by your hand. As our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And we were no longer individuals. But we became. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is the.
Why? But then.
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and the only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't, but on top of that, she also said that because it's her. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you. Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Нахуй свихнется сейчас. Охуенно вы даете дочитать, конечно. В принципе, я могу просто перемотать. Дочитаю до конца. Что там написали-то? Он умер. Блядь, вот самое главное не дают дочитать ведь, а? Что за люди-то хуёвые? Не могут просто кнопочку сделать.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What if...
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to cut. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, she was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte.
Oh, and in other news,
Oh, are you two on better terms
now? While you were investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clorinde gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clorinde wasn't actually a bad person. It's always...
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all... And on top of that, just how...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really...
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive...
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather...
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days. This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest...
Huh? There's someone there already. Isn't that Dervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say that I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for...
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur. In any case, why did you come to
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things, which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it a justice that's higher than... So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your heart.
I'm sorry. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds...
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my...
Didn't I just say...
So Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their... Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But, oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad. Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina...
Со всех сторон разглядеть можно. Почти. Рожки эти такие прикольные. Чё я не могу понять, что у него за обувь? Длинные сапоги или что это? Ай, ладно. Надо заканчивать уже с этим.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects?
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just...
I see.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're used...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor. Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera. Is there anything else? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lenny that told us back then. And...
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has... If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is...
Is there anything else you'd like? My apologies. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice.
But you also said you thought he...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested... While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life.
Huh. So it really was where everything began.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case...
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its law. Is there anything else you...
Да всё, хватит уже.
Very well. It was my honor to... It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return...
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came...
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Ура! Тут есть что-нибудь? Это, наверное, уже было. Опачки. А вот там я уже была.
Yeah. You can. Busted. Here comes the catch. The fuse is lit.
Не надо! Да зачем? Нахуя ты вошел сюда, блядь? Откуда это сюда? Чем? Ой, начинает. Ладно, сейчас добегу. Сундук-то надо забрать сначала, а потом все остальное. Сейчас мы поговорим с Катериной. Раскроем наконец-то, блядь, репутацию и поставим сюда делики.
Easy money.
Куда ты меня ведешь? Просто с одного берега на второй? Блин, я не помню, на каких каталась. Я тоже не отмечаю. Мне кажется, на этом накаталась. А еще башни эти. Так, мы были в этом море. В море, блядь. Ну, хочу в этом озере.
Busted. Take it easy.
Ой, я их задела, что ли? Опачки, опачки, что я тут вижу? Что я тут вижу? Мадам, пошли. Куда?
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Была там или нет? О, я здесь, походу, не была. И, скорее всего, если я правильно поняла про башни, это последняя, да? Нет, не про эти башни. Про эти. Подожди. Эти вроде же активированы, да? На. Активированы. А здесь что-то было. Я что-то здесь видела. Не знаю. 2,5 года. Каждый день. Это надо заходить в нихуя. На сайт. $700, $800. Вот. Я думаю, где я это видел?
Solidify!
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Time for a light show. What do we have here?
Во. Ну что? Так. А где эти взять?
Busted. Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Так. Ни хрена, тут еще надо за этими ходить. Тут что-то крупное.
Stabilize.
Gotcha. Busted.
Fire hazard!
Ну, все сразу тоже.
Quietly now.
Так. Ну, вторая. Где третьего найти? Вон, вижу. Угу. А ты... Блять, мне один хер подниматься, ведь надо туда идти.
Take it easy.
Ладно. Так и знала, ведь закроется. Еще ухи и пневму, блять, искать.
Take it easy.
Почти там еще заданется.
Solidify!
Things are about to get dicey.
Ну что ты не взял?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Мне еще шестеренку надо одну. Давай.
A chest full of
Да
valuables
нахрен.
and a trove of potential clues.
Нихуя себе они запихнули. А нафига вы так далеко запихнули-то? Ну, прикиньте, чел бы забрался на эту гору и думал бы, как просто ему сюда добраться. Вон сундук еще вижу. Давай, давай.
Busted.
Time for a light show. What do we have here?
Мне надо, короче, там еще вот это вот выполнить. Что, типа... ну, я, в принципе, могла это из-за чего-нибудь просто пропустить это все. Хуй знает, что я, блядь, боюсь высоты даже в играх, и все равно, блядь, делаю такую хуйню.
One way to draw your target out of hiding.
А ты куда меня поведешь? Просто наверх. Ага, чтобы я сюда забралась, типа снизу, вот. Оттуда, да? Окей. Опачки. Должно быть что-то рядом.
Take it easy.
Может, у них? У вас нет ничего.
Here comes the catch. Gotcha.
Fire hazard.
Называть вам спокойно. Мне нужна фиолетовая херня. Здесь я нигде не вижу. Поблизости. Где-нибудь на берегу? Она не должна быть прям далеко, конечно. Но здесь нигде нету.
Stabilize!
А там вот босс, скорее всего, будет какой-то в будущем. Здесь тоже нихуя нет. Где мне взять-то? Опачки. А это надо было Охуеть. Пихуё, блин. Ну вы даёте. До сих пор у меня меньше всего все это. О, репутация открылась. Наконец-то. Ладно, давай попиздим с тобой. Ура! Мы открыли карту. Конечно, мы, блядь, меняем на Фонтейн. Так. Идем делать reputation. Так, подожди, не туда мы идем делать reputation. Вот сюда идем делать reputation. В какую сторону-то? А, все. Внизу или... А, вот он. Я нашла! Посмотреть, есть ли тут какие-нибудь сундучки. А тут что? Неизвестно, да? Блин, как необычно-то. Уже просто другие регионы уже замылили глаза, и тут что-то новенькое наконец-то. Все, давай без этого. Так, а нам сколько еще осталось? Нам чуть-чуть еще осталось. Мы сейчас что-нибудь загуглим. Это по 20-ке. Это получается 4 задания как минимум надо каких-то сделать. Угу. Можно все, как бы, мадам, отстаньте. Задание мира. Сейчас спустимся. Курить схожу наконец-то. Блядь, 4 точки. А, там где-то, короче, в каком-то месте ключ нужен. Где-то нужен ключ. Я, по-моему, отметила это место. Во, нарциссин крейца, короче, еще. Картины. Да. Есть еще чем заняться. Ой. Так, ну что ж, пошли открывать задание, выполнять. Жалко, тут уже не озвучено они, ну ладно. А прям вот здесь плыть надо или нам куда? Так. А где здесь все? Он что-то показывает. Что такое показывает? Ну, это рыбки, типа. Ладно. А, вот, по-моему, как раз то самое место. Да, ключ. Ага. Тут уже была. Я тут уже была. Вроде как. Вот и ключ. А он, походу, отображался, что ли, или чего? Ну, типа, я не могу, без разговора не могла начать, поэтому ключа не было. Ну, go открывать. То, что мне надо. Я тут отметила это как-то? Нет, я походу не отметила, не так это. Блять, я даже не помню, как я сюда попала. Но не с того места, где мы сейчас пришли. Я как-то по-другому с него сюда попала. Что делать с потоками? Или они просто так, как бы просто существуют? Где еще? Еще что где-то. Тут вода должна, походу, да, будет исчезнуть. Сейчас посмотрим, что тут еще есть. Так, сундук кто? Ты защищаешь? Да. Вот это вот это сумерское все. Это все сумерское. О. Ладно, идем. Так, еще один телепорт открыт. Угу. Я нашла загадочную страницу. Ебануться. А покороче можно что-то было написать? Я не хочу столько читать. Здесь тоже будет какой-то дневник. Да, я тут не хочу. Вот. Чё пришел? Чё пришел, кошак? Да, да. Я же говорю, тут суммерно.
Solidify!
Quietly now. Busted.
Stabilize!
Тут что-нибудь есть? Нету. Идем ниже. Так. Тун-тун-тун-тун-тун. Что у нас тут еще интересненького? Угу. Окей. Где-то вот так вот.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Так, ребятки, подождите пока. Ну тут еще. Хотя мне-то надо куда? А мне надо наверх, да, подождите пока что. Тут надо еще кое-что наделать. Я вижу. Походу все. Да? Нет, ничего. Тоже. Ну да, походу все.
Gather!
Quietly now. Gotcha.
Time for a light show.
Угу. Надо опять найти ключ. Скорее он будет там дальше, мы будем возвращаться, да? Ой, вероятно, что-то есть. Кот, ты сиди, ты уже что ли на жопе ровно. Вот ты с этот... Сесть. Думаю, что здесь?
Open it.
Подожди. Любители почитать лор. Пойдем. Твоя мать.
Solidify!
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Gotcha. Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Пошли, я тебя доведу, что вернусь, сделаю задание.
A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues. Take it easy.
Дверь открыли.
Let the magic begin!
Busted!
The fuse is lit!
Ой. Ой.
Ooh, let me open it.
Блядь, еще какие-то ракушки. Рецепт где-то дали. Надо по этим магазинам еще пройтись. Надо было забрать. Это что? Нам их оставить. Так, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ага. Это для мелюзин надо. Вот это надо. Куда-то ракушки теперь надо будет. Ладно, вряд ли просто так. Это, блядь, все сумерское. Может быть, здесь долгое время была Фарузан? Может, правда, нет никаких сложных механизмов, но мало ли. Хотя нет, тут много людей каких-то было. Она была одна. Давай, вставай. Блять, 30 лет тебя ждать. Блять, я даже не могу это раскастоваться.
Take it easy.
Опачки. Вот это уже поинтереснее, конечно. Вы что, вставать не собираетесь?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Вставать будешь? А ты вставать будешь? Нет, ты так и останешься.
Here come the fireworks! Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Gotcha.
А, это который сам устанавливает. Сколько раз ему надо победить будет?
Solidify!
Be amazed! Here comes the catch. Busted.
Time for a light show.
Ща, подожди. Давай вставай.
Quietly now. Busted.
Пиши пока. Там еще ключ остался. Да, по-моему, я вот через эту дыру и туда проскользнула. Только теперь уже нельзя будет, да, так сделать? Тут уже вода. А, тут поток идет. А что дальше? Мы типа закончили? А это я где? Так. А, ну вон, с мелюзиной. Кстати, а что там по этим? А тут типа не показано, короче. Все, не все. Все больше, больше и больше по сравнению с этим. Все мира, по-моему, больше всего. Да, все мира вообще до хрена сделано. делать? А у них камера, что ли, вместо головы? Что тут смотреть? Мы уже тут были. Бабочка, блядь.
Stabilize.
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Gotcha.
Fire hazard!
200 еще чё кто? Что ты, мама, делала?
Busted. Gotcha.
The fuse is lit!
Кстати, надо это... Во, я не доделала эту штуку.
Certainly worth the extra mile.
А чё, куда ты меня повернула? Нахуя ты меня туда повернула? Я здесь была вроде как. Так, ну ладно, это мы доделали. Это мы сделали, здесь тут собирали. уже мелюзин. Время уже. Офигеть.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spot.
Нет. Мне норм. Мне надо репутацию открыть. Я тем более не играла 2 недели, почти нормально. Единственное, что я кушать хочу. Я допрошла наконец-то сюжетку. Я поставила дейлики Фонтейн. Теперь осталось дооткрывать. Второй уровень репутации. Ну да. Но у меня-то задание до хрена. Я сейчас за 2 дня по большей части сделаю. На следующей неделе я... Когда там... В субботу или воскресенье на следующей неделе отдыхаю только. Я не помню. Я бутербродами перекусил. Я вытащила салат из холодильника, чтобы он тепленький стал. А то у меня зубы болят от холодного салата. Жду, когда согреется. Блин, мы вернемся сюда обратно, потому что у меня... Тут как бы... Да я и так тут. Ну, это нам в какую-то другую. Ты о чем? Половины нет. Я глазами пробегаюсь. Иногда просто бывает, нечаянно нажимаю на кнопку, половину не дочитав, да похер. Это ничего интересного, если честно. А ты что, все это скипнул? Или что? Я это прошла, как его... Квест, который у статуи Архонта стоит. Ну, в Курдале в Фонтейне. Потому что я увидела, что он для репутации там типа нужен. Вот. И решила, короче, проходить то, что у меня тут уже было открыто, потому что я знаю, где-то у меня еще есть невзятые задания. Наверняка это тоже все пойдет туда же в репутацию. Ты завтра придешь, что, как всегда, в свой резик сначала, а потом в Геншин. У тебя работы много, что ли? Сегодня. Я новости смотрела, у вас там недавно был какой-то апокалипсис в Новосибе. Что-то молнии какие-то. Ну, ужин. Правильно, надо. Да, я могу его сдвинуть. Что, переместить не могу? Типа вокруг только этого круга я могу перемещать? Да, походу. Так. Я сделал так, чтобы я туда попал. Блин. Я с этой навряд ли попаду. Тут есть еще что-то с другой стороны? Тоже двигаетесь? Вы не двигаетесь. Вот это вот двигается. А есть ли толк? А ну, в принципе. Подожди. Ну.
Quietly now.
Time for a light show.
Это вообще херня для другого стояла. Зачем я здесь-то двигать? Потому что я здесь уже была. Мне надо как-то вот это. Отлично. С этим мы разобрались. От этих еще двух пиндосов можно ёбнуть. Чтобы было.
Stabilize. Here comes the catch. Let the magic begin. Busted.
Это включается скоро. В этом. Песня. Так. А что я здесь отметила? А, тут страница была какая-то. Чего? Рыба. Какая-то. Это типа мелюзина. Что это такое? Да, у Ниночки сегодня дыря. Я видела. Так я ее не прокачал. Променял Ниночку на Элечку. Почему на фартук? Сразу. Что если Наэль красивая? Вот я завтра играю своей этой женщиной. Да? Давай посмотрим. Конечно. Колесо нормально работать не хочет. А, ну да.
Take it easy.
Блин, а там должно быть этот... Вот он, по-моему.
Take it easy.
О. Да меня точно заебывает в последнее время бегать. Что это такое? Суп, чай, кофе. Что-то там зеленое. Суп. Блин, у меня щи так-то стоят в холодильнике. Ты мне это... Хорошая идея. Я не хочу. Мне просто тупо лень. Да, что-то о еде вы говорили, ты говоришь, вот, иди поешь. Я тут пытаюсь угадать, что это такое. Там, по-моему, нету ручки, чтобы это был чай. Салатик поем. Это 5-й час. А я съела, считай, 2 бутерброда. За все это время и все. С плавленным сыром. Ладно бы колбаса там была. Как я не люблю эти задания, которые не озвученные. Они долгие, нудные. Ни о чем. Сыром плавленым. У меня сыр плавленый и творожный сыр есть. Один с плавленым, другой с творожным съел. Но у меня нет больше... но у меня есть еще обычный твердый сыр, но я его не захотела. Я люблю сыры. Я редко ем колбасу, поэтому особо ее не покупаю. Она иначе проваляется и испортится. Даже если чуть-чуть куплю, все равно. Ну не буду так. Просто что было, на скорую руку сделала. Можно было бы просто щи разогреть. Поставить. Я сейчас салат даю. Пока читать будем. Самое то. Так, в чем там? Такие еще приписку, короче, сделали. О чем речь? Давайте.
Solidify!
Да я вас одна елайне просто.
Quietly now. Game's up. Time's over.
Куда вы, блядь, все упали нахуй? На кусты, говорит, фиолетовый. Что я должна выбрать? Не знаю, пусть будет так. Боже, ну можно уже скорее это все закончить. У меня есть 4 штуки. Мать, ты где? У меня там 4 детали уже в закромах. Это тут хуёвое, конечно. Что они тут наставили палок в колес. Сколько деталей надо? Опять куда-то. Опять когда это закончится. Куда идти-то? Куда, блядь, разгребаетесь? Иди сюда. Куда нам? В ту сторону.
Take it easy. Easy money. Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Нет ничего такого. Ой.
I will have order. Stabilize.
Good bishop down! Gotcha. The fuse is lit! Hit!
Еще один. Сколько там мне еще не хватает? Еще один. Еще где-то одна точка телепортации.
Ooh, will we find any firework materials in here?
One man's stone is another man's gem.
Тут не получается. Блять. О, получилось.
One man's stone is another man's gem.
Solidify!
Quietly now. Busted.
Cue the spotlight! Ooh, let me open it.
Ага. Ничего такого. И ты куда ведешь? Просто на другой этот. Наверх. О. Угу. Вроде мы тут все сделали. Эта херня, то, что были эти. Вроде ничего такого нету. Нихуя. Можно не возвращаться? О, спасибо. У меня тут еще как бы дела есть. Я их видела. Тут что? А это по кругу нас ведет? А, фига. Кот, чего ты? Пистышка. Пистышка. Мяу. Я? Ну что ты опять ко мне уселся? Ого. А это нам туда и надо? Отлично. Опачки. Скажи маме хую, я где, блядь? Пиздец. Я не понимаю, какая под водой. Что происходит? Так. Ну, еще в пещеру, да? Опачки. Ага. Кого надо убить? Скажите мне. Никого надо. Так, Геншин к нему. Мне надо как-то все 5 за это захватить. А как? Это не получится. Очки. Что это? Физуля. И чего? Как же там было какое-то место? Я знала, что это не просто озеро, блядь. Ух. Кажется, оно с другой стороны просто открывалось.
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Busted.
Я чувствую, это длинный квест.
Quietly now. Busted.
Time for a light show. Here come the fireworks.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Ебать, блядь. Третий акт. Так, сейчас. Так. Пачки. Подожди на секундочку, у меня тут еще ханкай. Сколько у меня там осталось? О, Пэлла нужно. Давай я Пэллу возвышу и поставлю. Одно небытие, блядь.
Order guide you.
Gotcha. Busted.
Surprise! Yummy!
Gotcha.
Ну, пожалуйста, все, ты что? Он же, блядь, не крила. ты мне делаешь-то? О.
Busted.
Блять, я уже устала от этого квеста. Нет, не осталось. Ура, блядь. Вот и приключения Нарции кого-то там. Еще 2 каких-то задания надо сделать. Их пройти. Ладно. Это уже все надоело. Пихуё, зачем так много разговоров просто? Это неинтересно. Я всего лишь хочу начать ивент. А не вот это вот все читать. Опять фиолетовый стоит. Ох, боже. Чтобы начать, блять, какой-то ивент, я должна пропиздеть 30 лет. Я не хочу уже читать, у меня глаза устали. Все, ты батюшки. Ебануться. Чё? Ой, блядь. Нет, пока не надо.
I got a letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Что, проскипаем это все? Чё надо повесить? Да вы чё, серьезно угораете? Не могли их где-то рядом поставить? Подожди. С кем? Не с этим, не с этим, ладно. Я только что прошла 3 акта какой-то чуши полнейшей. Вы сделали ивент, где одно пиздобольство. Да вы бы лучше за каждое слово там по примагему давали, блядь. Сколько вы тут пишете? Охуеть. Ну, вряд ли бы такие тексты обделали. И опять 7 минут, пиздец. Да вы чего? Какие кнопки? Да вроде нормально. Блять. Я ничего не поняла. Я ничего не поняла, что делать именно. Ничего не поняла, еще раз. Ты чё не нажимаешь? Привет, Вань. А кого, блядь, надо атаковать? О, вот это? Блять, он такое же дает количество. А я не понимаю, что он от меня хочет. Что, блять, ему надо? Если ты знаешь, на какую кнопку на плойке надо нажимать, можешь сказать? 3,5, 5,5. Там две кнопки. L2 и R2. Все. Это можно кого-нибудь попиздить, я не знаю. Есть что-нибудь нормальное, а не вот это вот ебала полнейшее. Что тут надо делать? Я смотрю, ты задротишь. Прям конкретно. Уже все поделал. В этих, наверное, нельзя врезаться, да? Все. У тебя так много времени, чтобы поиграть. А вот его столько нету. Ну, у меня, считай, как два ака. У меня Старейл еще есть. Я не играю на нескольких аках в Genshin, но я играю в Старейл. Ого. Я не знаю, что такое больничный. Если я пойду на больничный, я останусь без денег. Я буду лучше больная работать, но я буду работать. Так. И как нам сюда? Тут есть какая-нибудь хрень, которая наверх тебя поднимает? Я с Ангиной и работала. Не знаю, что такое. Если не прям жестко, конечно. Блядь, неужто нету никакого потока здесь? Сюда. Ну это вот для этой херни, ладно, это я пока не хочу. Я сегодня уже играю целый день. У меня только 2 выходных. Да. S1 лайн и Сигну ее крутила. Может быть, как-то долететь? Или... Мне на 78-й лайн пришла, и на игрушке я 2 раза проиграла. Теперь у меня есть двухрук небесный и дорожка линии. Мы сейчас что-нибудь сделаем. Я не знаю, какой-нибудь козой могу дойти. Не козой, какие-нибудь. Ну, я еще линии могу на реране, например, выбить. А тут есть поблизости где этот вызвать? Вызвать. Я бы доехала. Вот здесь только, да? А, блядь, сейчас все заберу. Так, нам куда надо? Нет. Это ямба. Ладно. Какая разница, лимит, не лимит. Они одинаково выныривают. Лимит стоит, просто уровень дружбы получает. Я прошла сюжетку и прошла какой-то квест с этими. С мелочью этой водной. Все могут вынырнуть из воды. Какая разница-то? Он Елань выныривала из воды. Еще бабло пособираем. Я вообще планировала заканчивать, отдохнуть и может еще попозже поиграть. Но уже без этого, без стрима. Вообще ни в какой нельзя, да? Вынырнуть — это значит просто подняться на поверхность воды. Это и есть вынырнуть. Так, метка. Мы собрали. Экспедиция. Я просто еще буду доделывать несколько заданий, чтобы репутация открылась. Я не делала репутацию до этой недели специально. Ай. Устала. Глаза устали. Надо по интерактивке проверить все гидропулы и поубирать эти метки. Что они мешаются, уже начинают. Не думаю, что там много осталось. Кто знает, кто знает. Блять, тут еще какое-то задание. Да вы че угораете? Я уже заколебалась читать. Слишком дохрена. Она просто время убивает. Она не дает нормально даже поисследовать. Опачки. Крутанем сейчас. У меня еще задание. Да что ты будешь делать, колесо? Вон это ивентовое, еще 3, еще вот это вот тут. И еще неизвестно, где что может быть. Не отслеживать. А, я думаю, почему он мне показывает. Вот почему он мне показывает. еще это проходить потом придется.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and
Я
knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Спасибо за куки. Приятненько. О, конец 1. Мог бы и 2 дать. Так я выкрутила. Ты чё, Вань, ты меня как слушаешь? Оружка 0 из 2. Я выкрутила. Вот лук. Лук, вот. Я его получила. Он у меня уже 90-й. У меня ёбнутая елань. Ну, почти. Ладно. Там можно и за 300 ей крита сделать так-то, по сути. Были бы... Шапки нет хорошей. Мне в елане уже все, я все выкрутила. И еще я 3 пухи выкрутила по итогу. И плюс C1. Ну, C1, потому что у меня 100% был. Поэтому мне сейчас особо-то и не жалко, круто. Ой, блин, давай не про S6. S6 любой персонаж ёбнутый, абсолютно любой. С S6 можно все что угодно сделать. Ладно, это я с телефона потом заберу. Пум-пум-пум. Ну все. Пойду я отдохну. Немножко. 6:30 вечера уже. Хоть поем что-нибудь. Наверное, уже ночью. Играть буду дальше.